Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Oh my god, I'm early for once. I cannot believe it. Wait. And I'm still coughing a lot. I don't know why. Not. I'm early for once. I cannot believe it. Yeah. I can. I can finally be early. See, everything aligned this morning. It was great. I woke up early. I had good lunch. Sorry, breakfast, brunch. I had good brunch. Did the work quickly than I thought. No traffic jam, no rain in the middle of like traffic jam. Uh, yeah, it's all good. Holy shit. Wow, I'm glad. I'm so fucking glad. And I'm here early and I'm very happy. Did I not open up closed captioner? I didn't, okay. And this also means I can play more. Just a little bit more. Monster Hunter Frontier. I'm so happy I want to play more Monster Hunter Frontier. I'm probably gonna get bodied because last night I did not play any Monster Hunter Frontier at all. I was playing a lot of Left 4 Dead. Me and my sister just found out about mutations. Apparently, you can have a lot more things happening other than just playing the normal campaign all the time. Uh, yeah, we found out about that. It's like, oh my god, what is this Bhutan do? And then we went into mutation, and then shit goes wild. It's like, oh my god, this is the best game ever. Holy hell, this like, we were playing Hard 8, I think, and there were like specials everywhere, and then we just died. But that was fun, right? But yeah, that's why I didn't play Monster Hunter Frontier. Gonna make it up today. And by making it up, I mean I'm gonna play a lot more. See if I can. I don't know if I need to end early. I hope not. It looks like they want to go to the night market tonight, but I don't know if it's real. Last time they said that they want to go, but maybe because I was too late, so they didn't. They in the end they cancelled it. I don't know honestly, but maybe they'll come to my room and give me an update. They usually do that, and I appreciate them a lot. Anyway, let me open up Monster Hunter Frontier real quick. That's very loud. Small kobo. Look at HR5. HR5. And kobo is so strong. And of course, we love Inagami. Inagami is great. Let me play, let me play. Oh, I also just realized, why did they say high grade edition? What's the difference between normal grade edition and high grade edition? Is it like I don't need to pay for the subscription anymore? I hope so. It does look like the game allows me to fight Inagami, because back then the only monster I get to fight was up until Ruko Diora, and the rest of the Elder I cannot touch them. Yeah. Oh, there's some sort of fiesta going on. Or Matsuri. Look at that, Swan Shield. Swan Shield. Let me go to my garden again. I want to know if there's a way to get well done steak or ration. Other than, you know, there's no way to get it. Cooking. Something about throwing the raw meat into a cooking pot? Maybe I need to bring raw meat for him. Oh. Oh, I can only take 10. Oh. You got rare steak, well done steak, and burnt meat? I cannot believe it. So I can just keep doing it? Oh, so I think it's like each quest wants everything, I think. Okay, so each quest one thing. That's to my understanding. Let me try to read it. Suto? Tae suto ni? Oh, questo! Cool, that's cool. Questo ni iku ga? What? Lunia. Nia. I something about giving them time. Yeah, something about giving them time, but I don't know. Maybe it's like a quest time? Probably. At least I got like a steady amount of things I can get, right? This release early Kobo. I'm early for once. I'm so happy. Hi Jay. Hi Nexus. Hi Jay. I don't know if I did. Hi Nexus. Hi Jay. You think me being early is that I have good brain, but no. The brain is still non-existent. Don't worry about it. Do they sell raw meat somewhere? Oh, nothing is on sale anymore. A fish that cracks open when killed. Doesn't that go for everything? Female BBQ spit, universal BBQ spit into a deluxe BBQ by combining with a high level BBQ spit. Ravishing female hunter. Its alluring color keeps you cooking. What? That's a thing? Like good for combining. Oh, sunset herb. Day herb is 太阳草. Then sunset herb should be like something. That's a bit of a problem. I don't see them selling like meat. Restores a small amount of health when consumed. Oh, do you not recover the red portion of the health? Oh, you do. Cooking ingredient. Yeah, this is all cooking ingredient. There's no... Really? Not even the GCP? There is mega juice. It does recover stamina, but using points? That's a little that. I could get some. That's a lot. Do I want to use this? Fine. Let's get like 99 because I'm almost out of raw meat. I didn't get raw meat all the time. And my well done steak is almost gone. Oh god. Alright. Okay, so once my well done steak is gone, then I'll use mega juice. For now I can still use my usual. Thing is, do I want to make Inagami's armor? Do I want to? I kinda want to. This will be an Inagami farm stream? Oh no. I can farm a few times. Unless it's an event quest. Oh, Blanco. Oh, 10 Blanco. And the part is like require objective question mark, and then you have pink radiance head. Oh. Elegantly carved violence. Off we go. I'm gonna try to farm a few Inagami if I can. Although last night it was like a very tough fight. And since I'm using Sword and Shield now, I should be able to play more safe. Let's go. So cool. I got this. Using Sword and Shield, I can rarely overextend. That's fast. Did my cat just hit me? Yeah, I can rarely overextend with Sword and Shield. I think this is a good choice. Having a solid defensive option is also good. All good, don't panic, it's fine. It's getting slow. There we go. That's fast, that's fast. What are you doing? Oh, that's what it is. getting really slow. Only 1 foreleg and head. Another one. Okay, only head left. Okay. That was just a tremor? Oh shit, phantom range. There. Run! Wake up! That's a good one, that's a good one. I'm feeling it. I want to get that shiny. Might be able to. Gimme. Nice too. We take those. Oh, this is bad. Good. What's that? Back kick. A crab. It's spamming this move. I'm doing it. That's one. This is going good, going really good. Overextended. Damn, so brave. Okay. Yeah, last night I really learned his moveset. Some very punishable ones, some it's not punishable at all. Overextend. Woohoo! I think that's a straight run, I think. Yeah, straight run. I'm doing it. I'm greedy. My sword is too short. Oh god. Back kick. What is that? I don't know why I'm doing this. I might be dead. We good. I got lucky. Thank you, Bong. Straight run. I'm not gonna try. Those are some good hits. There we go. Ooh, I want your armor. I'm locking in all the time. I overextended. I got so lucky. I just don't care about bonk. So mean. That's dangerous. Oh yeah, I forgot. The bouncing motion is that big rocket. Woohoo! Rocket. Ow. I dodged the wrong way. I forgot. Oh! Okay. I have to play using keyboard and controller. Wild. That's one. Only head left. I think this proves a point, right? The game is about knowledge, not about strong equipment. This proves a point. My equipment didn't change, if at all. I'm only changing to a sword and shield. And that's about it. But once I know all about this monster, like what it does, everything he does, once you know about that, you are solid. You just have to play carefully. And to me, personally, that feels really good. It's the knowledge check that matters. You can position yourself preemptively for the punish. That's forerun. Back kick. Okay. That's the third time. Can I break the tail? Another one. Back kick. Let's go. So solid. Knowledge. If you know about the monster, you have an easier time fighting against them. They just got 3 tendon. Good shit. That was great. It's pretty linear. He cannot realign at all. What? It was entirely sunny this morning and now suddenly it's raining heavily? Shit. Weird. Inagami proof first skill. Hide. Tail? Oh, I did break the tail. Another military soul. Hide fur. Tendon. Oh, tendon is like the highest price of all. And I got like 2 of them. Even tail is not. Shit, alright, okay. It feels like I might be able to make the armor. I should check it out. Like what I need for Inagami's stuff. I'm gonna play to my heart's content. It's warm season. It's not breeding season anymore. Aww. And why am I upset about? Actually, I don't know what the season does in this game. No idea. Crate armor, go armor. Damn, look at this. Holy shit. Harumeru. Varusaburosu. Poborubarumu. Poboruborumu. Oh, I can make one. God, expert eating, fencing. You have eating? Oh my god, yes. What do we need? Elder Dragon Gem, Inagami proof, 2 of them. So if I need 2 proof to make 1 armor, I need to kill Inagami 10 times. Oh shit! 10 times? I mean, I cannot even make all of them because I need Elder Dragon Gem. Guard sharpness, expert fencing. Let's make this one first because it's obviously a lot stronger than this one. Nice. Will you guys mind if I just keep doing Inagami for now until I get the full armor set? Or like at least 3 of them. I need to kill... Oh, I need to get Inagami 4 more times. And I think I can get it consistently now. I just need to play carefully. Yeah, it's raining heavily now. Really? And my room is now pitch black. Holy shit. Let me get the more brightness. Up that gain, baby. Up that gain. Okay, it's good. Well, I hope you guys don't mind if I just keep farming Inagami for now. I'm gonna farm Inagami. I'm not even gonna complain. Like shit, that's a hot monster. Oh, that's a hot dragon. Hot dragon. It's like hot dragon in your area. Oh. There's a huge rain. I can hardly hear the game now. I don't even know if you guys can hear the rain. It's super big. Anyway, it's not about the rain, it's about Inagami. Here we go. I'm feeling hopeful. Oh. Oh. Woohoo! Instant run. I already felt less damage taken from that. That's another one. Oh shit! No! I got greedy. I thought I thought I can take another hit. I got kooky. I got cocky, which I shouldn't have done. Don't be like Kobo. Be humble. Be humble. If you get hit, heal. There's no need to be like I'm the best. F1. Why is the F1 not working? Help. There we go. And a sharper for good measure. Alright, here we go again. Rocket. Back kick? No. What? Another one? Had a feeling. What? It hits my back. Okay, this shit's happening. Shit's happening. Oh no, shit's happening. I got too kooky last run and Inagami is like, oh, you think I showed you everything? Nah, fuck you. A love tap with the tail and you're dead. No. It's all good, it's all good, it's all good. Don't worry, don't worry. Look at this shit. I'm acting. It's fine. It's not real. I'm acting. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Crap. I think that's everything. Alright, here we go. For real. For real, for real. Let's do it. Still hurts. I have to be very careful. Don't overextend, don't overextend. There's no need. Don't do that. Back kick. That's something. Wow. Okay, there's some jank going on. It's okay. I thought I recognized all the jank, but I was entirely wrong. Just use everything I have. I cannot revive anymore. I tried. There we go. Those are some good hits in. Rocket? Don't get greedy. Don't get greedy. Don't get greedy. It's alright, it's alright, it's alright. Stink? This is good. Hi, Ingram. Sorry, I have to lock in for a little bit. I cannot faint anymore. But I hope you're doing good. Hi. It has been a while. Oh, that was a back kick. I almost died. It's fine. Hello, hello. Okay, doing good. I'm locking in because I cannot faint anymore. I already used up my chances. Don't get greedy. Oh, nice, Bonk. Better not. It keeps doing this. It's kind of bad. I need to shut this move down. Ooh. Wait, this is kind of bad. Okay. Oh god, I cannot overextend like that. Please. Don't get greedy, don't get greedy. Even though I'm a kobo, don't get greedy. I may be dead. Damn. It keeps using this one. I cannot hit him. It's too dangerous. He can just do that mix. Really bad. Not again. It's another one. Okay. Finally shutting that move down. Now you cannot do much. This one I can sharpen. Oh wait, it only did once? Oh. I got so lucky. Back kick. I got greedy. This is bad. Ooh. Rocket? No, it's not rocket. Okay, there's 4 legs. Oh, fighting her is too scary. Why are you spamming this? It's gonna do Nova. Very soon. Keep close, keep close. No! I need a shiny. I'm getting hit. It's okay. It's not okay. It's actually okay, okay? A rocket? No, it's a rocket. Almost died from that. Oh, my input didn't register. Oh my god, that was almost really bad. Back kick? No. Wait, cannot. Rocket? Back kick? Oh my god, it's rocket. Camera? Okay, I'll look next potion. was not. Oh, the tail! Oh, the tail is so jank. Oh god. Back kick, back kick. Don't fuck with it. Again? No. I got my Hadouken. Hadouken! I don't know what that does, but that's cool as fuck. Oh, it does like occasional explosion? That's really oh my god, that's so good. Constant flinch. Oh my god, constant flinch. I know it's good, but let's not overextend too much. That's the entirety of a Mega Potion, I think. Yep, normal Mega Potion. Oh really? You stepped the same place twice? We got 2 foreleg, I need 2 hind legs. Just get 1 more hind leg and it should not be doing this anymore. Okay. Nice. 1 more hind leg and head. Or not, we won. Okay. Oh, that was so scary. I threw I threw away the first two faint like it was nothing. God damn. I didn't mean to get hit that much at the start of the fight. We good. I don't think there's a chance to get 2 proofs at once, unless I got lucky. Why would you only carve once, Bonk? Oh wait, there's something. Pristine offense? Pristine? Nice, yeah, Sword Shield is a lot easier to control. Did I Great Ingrail? I hope I did, but I was in the tight spot just now, but I hope you're doing good. Oh, Marrow! Oh, 32k, I think that's the rarest by far. Fur, height, yeah, it's even more than 10 down. Wait, height sucks? Scale is even more? Oh, fur sucks? I mean, they don't suck, but... Can I make the weapon? Oh! It's even bigger! Wait, last time 1900 is already so much, and then you have 2200. That's huge. Nice. Alright, 3 more times. Each fight takes about 10, 20, 15, about 15 to 20 minutes, I think. And I think for that it's pretty fast, I would say. It's kind of fast. Because last night my first defeat of Ninagami takes like half an hour, I think. About. Centauri Raven. Let's go, weapons. Oh. Oh, I have enough to make these. Zeruryusu proof. Oh, this is the true Rukodiora then. I can get the gem. Early gem. Abiorugu proof? Oh my god. There's no... Oh, there it is, Inagami. Oh, it's sleep. I need 5 proof to make 1 weapon? Garuba? Oh, look at that shiny though. What the... What is this... Why is this sharpness? Gold Dust Windbreak Blade. That sounds cool, but that sharpness? It's a shiny weapon, but I cannot use it because the sharpness is like shit. Great sword, 1 cut, 1 cut. I mean, great sword is nice. Yosh! I can make so many of these weapons. Oh no, not well done steak. Well done steak is fine, it's okay. Alright, 3 more times. I guess I'll do 1 more time, make 1 more armor. And then let me try to do other quests, because I think 2 armor is way better than 1. My armor set currently is not super strong. Evidently by getting hit by any hit would be like 50% plus. I think that's kinda bad. Alright, let's try again. Rocket? That's new. I need the hit and run technique. Ooh. That's one. That was quick. Nice. I honestly thought that would hit me. Overextended. I got lucky. The initial cut is too hard. I cannot aim at the proper place to hit. Nice. Oh, ooh. Nice, we dodged that. Nice. Oh. And blue shot is not as good, I feel like. Oh, crap. Oh! AoE, I'm dead. Yeah. This is death. Oh my god, Bonk! Don't come here, Bonk! Bonk, I swear to god! Oh my god, that gave me so much anxiety, I cannot. Bitch is spamming sleep, I cannot believe it. Oh fuck. I think that's all of them. Nope, there's one highlight left. Here. Oh! Nice too. Uh-oh. Only in the old games where charging is not as worth, you have to do this. For great sword, it's kind of funny. You have to do left right attack for great sword. For good damage. And charging is not good, apparently. Or not good enough. The damage output is not as good as left right spam. Oh, tail! That's fast. I'm gonna save the Transcend so that I can avoid the Nova. Uh-oh, that's a back kick. Was that kobo attacking? That sound is loud as fuck. Uh-oh. Why are you like this? Yikes. I need to get the forehand or the forelegs. What will happen if I don't break the forelegs? Uh-oh. I tried. Almost failed on the potion making? Holy shit. No back kick. Oh, the forelegs. Trying to break the forelegs. That's a hind leg though. Sombrero. Yeah. Hi Radar. Welcome, welcome. Sombrero though. How are you doing? Yeah, hope you're doing good. Welcome, welcome. I'm farming this guy for a little bit. Yes. Oh, that hits. I feel like that's a daylight robbery. I'm well. Nice, good to know. How is Monster Hunter? Going very well. Haven't lost a round against Inagami, but I did faint twice just now. But so far the hunts has been very successful. Since I died so many times last night when I was fighting this one. Now I know a lot more about this monster. Let's not fuck with this. Wait until it's done. Oh, don't you have a lot of end left for that? Nice. Only head left. Yep. Nice, this is what I'm waiting for, baby! Let's do it! Three. No! All good, all good. You cheat. Okay. It's going well. Did they drop a shiny? They didn't drop a shiny, really? Oh my god. Tail is always the easiest to get rid of first. I'll overextend it. Oh my god, I tried not to fuck with it. It's thundering. I like it because I'm inside my house. It's so cozy. When I'm inside my house and then there's heavy rain outside. Do you guys like it too? Like, if you're staying inside the house, if you're staying inside your own house and then it's raining heavily outside and then it's like low rumbling thunder, I think that's like maximum cozy, I feel like. That's great. It's happening right now and I'm so happy. Everything is going well today, I'm so happy. Like, I'm early, I didn't oversleep for a Sunday, I did my work without any traffic jam. It's a side work, I wouldn't, you know what, it's not even work, it's just like helpings. Everything went really well today. I'm so happy. Yeah. Oh, I overextended but I didn't get hit, really? That's a good kind of jank. Yes, that's 2 4-legs gun. Very nice. Another one? Yeet. Nice. Oh, yeah, just go away. Don't even try to fight it. Until it's done. There we go. No recovery. Weird. Sometimes it has, sometimes it doesn't. I missed. Nice. Ooh. One leg and one leg and head. Okay. It's not this way. Ching ching ching. Position, position. There, okay. Sorry, Bonk, I'm not gonna save you. I don't want to die. Another one? 3. One hit, one hit, one hit. And that's enough. Stay close, stay close, stay close. Whee! Feels good. And those hits, very chunky. Woohoo! Tail is like the easiest always. Hit it! Nice! That was such a good hit. Damn, wait, I think that's really fast. 18 minutes? Okay, that's kind of slow. I thought I was fast, but no. 18 minutes is average, I think. $18, 19 minutes, 18 minutes, 17 minutes. I mean, the second 18 minutes. Oh, Sword and Shield is faster. I mean, fair enough, because Sword and Shield can really get more hits in. This one I really have to be methodical, but each hit is very hefty, so feels good. F6. First scale, tail. Scale is better than tail, really? Yeah, there's only one proof for every kill. But I'm getting like 100k zenny per hunt. That's really fucking good. I have a lot of money. So much money. Worm season. Okay, let's make one more Inagami stuff. I already have helmet, chest, arms? 101. That's pretty strong. Guard expert attack fencing. Which one has eating? Herring fencing. Guard protection expert fencing. Only chest piece has eating? That's weird. Oh, there's a big difference in defense. I might be making this one. Although this one looks really fucking good. Look at that! It looks so good, but it's weaker than my current armor. Hmm? Huh? What's this one? Oh. Only for legs I can make it. Why if I make legs of this one? Expert hearing fencing adaptation. Chest piece is weaker as well, I think. Yeah, a lot weaker. This one is eating now. Do you have eating? Expert fencing. No, okay. Weird. Let's make legs of this one. Make waist. Arms. Oh, it is stronger. Fencing +1. Okay, let's make this one. I feel stronger already. Alright, let's do the other quest. Yeah, this white dragon. Why is it white? Didn't you say it's Fatalis? White Fatalis? White Fatalis. I'm probably gonna get bodied, but let's try it. Okay. It's not even that loud. Don't hi, Toys R Us. Welcome, welcome. It's raining. Hi. What the fuck? It is White Fatalis. I'm fucking dead. I'm actually fucking dead. Alright, let's try my best. God damn! Why am I fighting against my Fatalis now? Alright, here we go. No fear, fuck this. Here we go. Ugh. Let's go. He's chilling. Oh, is it fencing? So fencing is like +1 more attack, huh? This is fine. Two attacks on each hit, that's free. It feels like I'm doing really good. What the fuck? Are you attacking or are you flinching? Point break? Whoa, am I that strong? It's not doing anything. It's not hurting. I don't know what it's doing. Woo! Strawberry vanilla? Oh my god. I cannot say you're wrong though. The depth perception is really bad. Damn, fencing is OP? I don't feel like it's doing anything. Oh, fencing is like mind's eye. My attacks won't get deflected anymore. And what if I'm dual blade though? That means double the attack on every attack? What the fuck? Yo? Is that once I sharpen, there's no more fencing? Nope, it's back. Phantom range? Should have done it faster. Something's happening. So that weird jerky motion is like an attack? It's not jerky motion, but it's like the jerky weird motion. I don't understand. Each step is an attack as well, fair enough. I have the Hadouken! What? Hadouken! Huh. It's not doing anything at all. Quickly carve it! That's kinda funny. But I know for a fact that G-Rank White Fatalis is very different. Oh no, can we not carve over there? This is bad. There's 9 carves. We cannot carve it because the body is there. Oh, this is... Oh, this is sad. This is so sad. 9 carves equals 3 carves. Marin got a free win. We got a free win. Great luck, yo. Nova Crystal. Camaraderie proof. Gale. Oh, you got the horn. I also love how White Fatalis is just old. With all the beard and everything. White Fatalis is just old. Well, that was a joke. We love to see it. Alright, some easy quest finally. Let's do this one. 2 Golgarth. How hard can this be? I feel so strong. I have Inagami and whatever weapon it is. Aki something, I don't know. Game's getting good. I want to quickly go to G rank. I'm gonna try my damnedest to get to G rank as fast as possible. G-Link, GQ, GQ Questo. Oh, it's been a while since I've seen any small monsters. Come here. A death from a shield bash? Oops, didn't need to eat that. Meow meow. Ow. Oh, what? Really? Too mocky? It's too mocky. That's a weird motion. Do you like my fencing skills? Oh, damn! Oh god, look at that. Whoa! Team up super? Hyper combo KO? Oh, they hurt like hell though. Giant swing? That's kinda cool. Ah, yeah! God damn it, bum. Oh shit. Gonna dodge that. Again. Team out super. Anki again. Giant swing. Shit, it's only that move that I keep getting hit by. What are you doing? It is this move. Did they go their separate ways? What the hell? Really? Why would they go their separate ways? Or not. One's back. Welcome back. Nope, ran away again. Oh, they went the wrong way. One is like, oh, oops, I went the wrong way, sorry. Giant swing. Another one. All the team up super they use immediately. I blocked the wrong way. Team up super. Yay. Gen swing. Immediately angry again. That's one down. I almost got hit. I'm only going against one. I think taking them out one by one is a good idea. Oh, are you dead? Oh shit, you're dead! Yeah! Carving it in front of you! That's fucked up. I'm fucked up. This is fucked up. Alright, carved it. Now it's your turn, buddy. You think you and your team of super can get me? Nuh-uh. Those are cool though. I should have got hit there. Okay, that shouldn't do that much damage. Can I still make more? Okay, that's everything I have. I haven't used my max potion yet, so it's all good. Hello? I'm behind? I guess this one is damager. That's Ross. The backflip? That does way too much damage. Hadouken! Yoink! I think that hits. Yeah, that does way too much damage. Mind you, I have upgraded armor. It does more damage than Inagami. This one? Gosh, the wrong way. When the turning does more damage than anything, that's just kinda sad. Oh, cool. That reminds me of Paul's incomplete backflip. Almost out of Mega Potion. Almost out of Herb, Mega Potion, and 7 Potion. Personally, I think this is fine. It's going good. Nice. Very nice. Alright, okay. I am sort of breezing through the quest now. Lolo built. One is Lolo, one is Golgar. Bonk, please carve Bonk. Bonk. Don't care about them, just carve. Bonk. You need to carve Bonk. F6. Joy. Joy. Lolo Pet Ray. So one is Lolo, one is Ray. They are known as Golgarth. It's kinda cute how they have names as well. Lolo and Ray. They have all the Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga. Team Up Super. Oh no, it's the dogs. I have to fight 2 of the dogs now? You goddamn. Seriously? The strange floating mountain. I think Yamakurai is the moss dragon. Which doesn't look good, not gonna lie. Gure Adomosu. Meraginasu. Diorexu. Derurerusu. And then one Fatalis. Okay, fine. Cannot believe it, I have to fight 2 of the dogs. In swamp? Okay. Let's do it. I mean, I'm using sword and shield. I guess I shouldn't be complaining too much. Like, sword and shield is pretty easy to use. Nice. Huh? Fushigi no Tama. Random ball. They actually have random ball. I want random ball. Do I throw it? Alright, we're fighting 2 monsters at once. Again. Let's see if they team up supers. The dogs suck. I have to say this though. The least favorite monster of the game is this one. Phantom range, let's go. Oh. Bong wants to go for that one? Okay. That could change target. The game didn't tell me how to change target. Oops, that's not it. Fine, we're both going after this one. Okay, damage. Thanks. I dislike them so much. Oh, okay. God damn, Phantom Range. We love instant Phantom Range. Yeah. There's a reason why I don't like them. All their moves comes out at just frame. It's almost like in Tekken terms, it would be like a 10 frame jab deals 100 damage. Still have some potion left. I can take the one here. It's Kobo. How are you? I'm doing pretty good. Everything went well today until I meet these two dogs. But all jokes aside, I'm actually doing pretty good. A lot less cough today, so I'm glad. And I'm early too. Yeah. Yeah, I've been here much early. That's why. Feeling good. A lot of things went well today, especially this morning. Step over them. That move is cool, but it comes in like 10 frames. That's an attack, okay. Oh my god, where are you aiming at? God damn, 10 frame jet that does 10,000 damage! I'm not even gonna bother. At least for Inangami has a move. Inangami has a move like that. It's not 10 frames, but it's slightly slower than that. But Inagami is solo, and it's Inagami. Hell, that's like fucking God, literally in the name. And it's much weaker than these stupid dogs? There's no fucking way. Come here. Come here, I'll eat you. I will eat you. Oh yeah, I hope you're doing good, China. Didn't even greet you. I was worked up with this dog. A bunch of shitheads, this one. 2, tackle. Wow. You can even realign that much with that move. That is fucking bullshit. This monster is actually just full of bullshit. Oh, wow, okay. Look at the real life. Fuck you, man. It's in the tank. Cool. Oh, did I drink too much armor skin? And did I die? Oh, I did. Oh, yeah, I did. Nice. It's the amount of bullshit that these things has. It's blowing my mind. now they can do this, they can keep running full screen, and all I can do is just keep chasing them down. Nice. That's a hit. Fair and balanced. But you know what? I don't expect this game to be fair and balanced, but when this shit happens, it just sucks. Thanks. Oh hell yeah, now you run full screen chasing me down, of course. And another one. I'm probably stunned. That's a hit, by the way. Jesus fucking Christ, these dogs fucking suck! Yeah, please spin me, get me away from this shit. Hi, Evie. The dogs fucking suck! They don't belong in this game! I'm glad they don't come back. Fuck me! The amount of absolute bullshit that these— look at the realignment, what the fuck? The amount of fucking bullshit these things have is fucking insane. Yep, Phantom Range, we love that. Swear to God, why are these things even in the game? Let me get my Mega Potion, some potion, Max Potion. I'm just running around because this map is too big. I don't see a chance that I can fight back. Whenever I fight back, the other one would just chase me down full screen. This is absolute insanity. And I can't dodge them too. If I dodge one, the other one would just punish me for it. Jesus fucking Christ, these two dogs. I mean, I was not having fun just finding one of them, and now the quest requires me to fight two of them. Should we just seek help for this quest? They don't look good, they are not cute. They fucking suck. Their damage is insane. There's nothing good about them. Yeah, I know. I know. Yeah, I know. The white one's gonna attack. I know. Oh, the white one is now aiming for me. I cannot change target. How do I change target? Oh my god. L1, L2, double L2. Examine crouch, stall, zoom map in and out, reset camera. Kick, dash, draw, attack, lock on, item bar. Reset camera is L2 plus L2? L2, L2? Oh, two L2s, okay. Reset camera doesn't work. I mean, it works, but I cannot change target. I can only aim at the black one. Yeah, there's no way I can change target. So if the white one is aiming for me, I'm fucking dead. No question asked. And now they're both at the loading screen. This is a game. This is a monster. I cannot go there. I literally cannot. It's not like I'm joking. No, I literally cannot go there. If I go there, the screen changes and it moves me to the next map. Fuck. I had a feeling. It's not like I don't want to heal. It's not like I don't want to attack. If I attack, I'm dead. This is a monster design. This monster is designed. Wind pressure pushed me back. Cool. When the bullshit things happens, you know I'm gonna talk about it. The moment I attack them, they become angry. Who wins? Oh, did it run away? Yeah, these two will always be together. That's a bit of a problem. Actually, that's a huge problem. Yeah, it's the amount of bullshit this monster has. Oh, actually, these monsters have. I mean, good teamwork, I guess, but a good teamwork in Monster Hunter is cancers. And good teamwork plus bullshit hitbox? Yeah, cool. White dog dashing? No. To the poison swarm he goes. Man, I was having fun until fighting against these two dogs. That's an attack. 10 frame, fucking 10,000 damage. Nothing pissed me off more than that attack. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Absolute cancer fighting against them. It's like fighting against Xiaoyu or Alyssa in Tekken 8. Alright, come on, I'm gonna get this over with. Since it's MMO and it's a healthy community, I could just like ask someone to help kill this thing for me. If I lose this one, that is. That's an attack. That's an attack. Love tap. Oh, camera. I might be dead. Yep, sure. Yeah. I know. And we're angry again. Okay. Oh my god. Sure. Just, yeah, sure. The amount of damage, I'm not even surprised anymore from all the 10 frame hits. Fuck. Hi, E.T. God, I'm not a happy kobold right now. Fuck. The amount of bullshit that these two dogs have is insane. It's funny too because I just upgraded my armor as well to have an extra. I think the difference between yesterday and today, the defense is like 200, 150 at least, I think. About 150 increase in defense, and I took more damage than anything against the dogs. This quality kobo. The quality kobo is angry today, or right now, because the dogs are quite a bullshit. I was fighting against Inagami and all the harder looking dragons. And then the dogs is like the hardest one because the amount of bullshit that this thing has. I'm trying to keep composure as well, but it's tough when the amount of things that these things can do. Angry again, look at that. Instant angry, we love that. I'm dead. One potion, one mega potion left. No recovery. Woohoo! Why can't no target? Gonna hit those dogs hard? Yeah. Okay, officially out of heals. Any hit would kill me now. Great. Took me half an hour to kill one, and now I need to kill the other one with no potion. that's an attack. I'm gonna die here, but I'll take it. I don't care. Yeah, I'm so done going against these dogs. Like, I thought 2 times is enough, but I guess not in this game. I'll see what I can do without heals. I'll try. Oh yeah, I'm out of max potion. Oh yeah, now I'm just gonna get one shot. I forgot I need to leave one max potion. Do you have max potion? Whetstone for something? Mystery bone. That's very useless. Are you just gonna keep giving me... I guess you're gonna keep giving me mystery bone. Yeah. No more heals. I'm ready to get one shot. Don't say I didn't try, but the amount of bullshit they have is just sad. I'm gonna see how much people is in the lobby, then just for this one, I'll seek help. And see how the rando perform against these dogs. God, I was so happy. I was so happy too. Like, I was like, I'm gonna spend so much time playing this game, and then all the mood ruined by these two dogs. I cannot believe it. And what's worse is that these things are required quests. I need to kill these things. I cannot avoid them. That makes it even worse. Instant attacks, we love those. Oh, that's an attack. It's best not to attack when it's in frenzy mode, because now I'm gonna get one shot. Only attack when I feel like I can. That's an attack? God damn. I forgot turning is an attack, sidestep is an attack. Patience, we still have time. It's okay. I cannot fight over there anymore, I cannot heal. Obviously he's trying to time scam me now because it's close to the end. At any given moment he can go to the poison swarm like this. See what I mean? Going back. I never seen more scummy monsters than these things. Angry again. Sure. I mean, I expected this. I'm not even gonna pretend that I'm surprised by this. I'm not. No matter how safe I'm playing, sometimes bullshit's gonna happen. I got blocked by the lily pad. Believe it or not, I got blocked and I cannot see. I didn't think that it's doing the back and forth hit and I got hit. I'm not gonna pretend to be surprised. I know what happened. Alright. Fuck the dogs. I want to see if anyone can help me with this. There is quite a few people. I'm gonna do like a seek help thing. I'm gonna pack bento as well. Yes. 4 people. Sapari Marine. There we go. I am seeking help. I'm waiting for a little bit. In the meantime, I can make some preparations, but I don't think I can make more preparations than this. I already brought day herbs, blue mushroom herb, all the healing items possible. I could bring herbal medicine, but that's just dumb. It doesn't heal as much. I don't have Mushroom Mancer. I don't even know if Mushroom Mancer is a thing in this game. But my mistake was just I ate all the mix potion. And on my 3rd death I cannot. Yeah. Fly Kobo fly. I will fly. If I'm set, try hard. I guess they're not playing. I'm gonna fly. Jade, Kobo is very sad. Oh no, that's not the button. Yeah, I mean that's the most I can bring. Why is Kobo sad? Dogs. What happened? Dogs. Who to kill? Dogs. I was getting bullied by Kuma or Garen something. The 2 dogs that is always together, and the amount of bullshit. Well, not dogs in general. Here, let me give you the name. There. Ekamu Orugaron and Nono Orugaron. Like, all jokes aside, these 2 monsters has the most bullshit possible in the game. Like, you would think the Fatalism world is bullshit. Just fight these 2 dogs. Perfect whetstone? Do I heal when I use this whetstone? BG ticket. Order ticket. I think if I bring Lucky Charm, that's how I get more items. I think. This thing. Yeah, it will activate great luck during the reward section. Yeah, 少しに利益が什么益？超激運 Easy, I'll just roll them. That would be great. Hey, I guess no one. I mean, fair enough. I see there's some names, but they are AFK, it looks like, which is totally fine. It's the best that I could do. I already brought everything. It's funny because the dogs are stronger than Inagami and the other dragons that I fought against when they're just dogs. The amount of 10 frame hit that does 60% health is insane. And when two of the dogs can cover each other, it's just not fun. And I cannot believe this quest is required. Alright, I brought 2 NPCs, and let's beat the shit out of them. The random ball just does nothing. Esprit? Large barrel bomb? Or supply large barrel bomb? I don't know what's the point of putting large barrel bombs or like putting barrel bombs in general when the barrel bombs does more damage to anything, to us. And monster hit won't trigger the bomb, so I guess I'm just gonna bring this. Alright, let's try again. I'll try not to get too worked up, it's just dogs. Sidestep is an attack, we love that. I'll take this one. Instant, we love that. Already standing at the swamp, we love that. I can only bet on it. Whoa, I blocked though. See the amount of bullshit this thing has. Chill. I blocked and it hit my behind. Cool. Cool. That move will kill me. With this health, I feel like. And it was so fucking fast. And the amount of times they'll stay at the loading screen and poison swamp is baffling. Into the poison swamp I go. I cannot change target. I genuinely don't know how to change lock on target. Because we need to separate the attention. When two of the NPCs aiming at one, I need to aim at the other one. That's an attack. That almost killed me. Look at that. 10 frame hit. We love that. Phantom range. Like, I'm calling out all their bullshits now. So you know what I'm going against. That I'm not just being... hopefully I'm not just being a what do you call that, bitch baby. When I get mad at something, there's a good reason for it. This is nuts. Yeah. Only... It's the only monster where I feel like... Yeah, at the loading screen again. Here, let me demonstrate. This is what I mean. I'm gonna attack them. Yep, see? I literally cannot reach them. This is what I mean. Like, they always stay at loading screen where I cannot reach them and they can keep wailing on me. Only by them. They can do that. Fuck, I went into it. Cool. Oh, phantom range. Sucks. And that's that. I can fight for a little bit, but I have no time. I only have 50 minutes to deal with these two dogs. Let's go back. Always appreciate a good maximum jank. Poison Swarm. Into loading screen. You were not attacking. We love loading screen cheese. But of course, they would do instant attack when I go in. That's an attack. Oh, I suddenly cannot aim at them. Nice. You better kill me here, good. Because if you didn't kill me there, I would just quit the game. Okay, let me make... Okay. Only 2 left on all of these, okay. 4 with on stick map. I need to make some. I wouldn't say my armor is weak. Like if you think that my armor is weak, it's not. Everything is about 100 in average defense. For HR5, I think that's awfully high. Move move with no recovery, we love that. Another one with no recovery, we love that. I know, I know. No recovery. Immediate attack again. After this one, no recovery. Guess I blocked the wrong way. Oh, okay. Got sniped. The mount, okay. This is them. I overextended. I think the battle is going well. Sure, I guess. I mean, to be fair, I only died once, so it is going pretty well. Having one more teammate to distract the other dog. Hey, Phantom Range, we love that. And I'm dead. Who wins? There was a roll read. Okay. Get going away. It's all good, take it slow. I brought one more NPC, just don't die and I have a chance. Because I'm pretty sure they do good damage, I guess? Yeah. Gonna get ready for work, but good luck with the dogs. Ooh, on a Sunday? That's kinda sad. But good luck with work, Itty. Sorry about my behavior, but also thank you. I'll try my best with the dogs, definitely. As much as I bitch about the dogs, I still love this game a lot. Like, a heck lot. I really do. I cannot hate this game. I only hate the dogs. But yeah, good luck with work, Itty. Thanks for hanging around. Nothing can excuse my poor behavior right now, but I hope you can like forgive me for this. Oh, with dogs. I'm sure IRL dogs are way cuter than these ones. Still, good luck with that. You've been fine? Oh, thank goodness. I just hope that I'm not too worked up over this. I've been trying to keep composure. Trying to. But since, I mean, I kind of know what to expect now, so I'll try not to get too worked up over this. Poison Swarm. Loading screen. Poison Swarm. Loading screen. One of them, choose one. Never in the middle. Back to loading screen you go. Oh shit, okay. Right. Fair enough. I almost died. That's a hit. Phantom range. Okay. Not a surprise anymore. So many phantom ranges. What causes the wind pressure? That does wind pressure? Alright. I guess my strat is to just not die for now, let the NPC do their work. I will only cheese in this fight, and we have Phantom range. No recovery. I'm not surprised anymore. Alright. This is what I mean by the moment I get a chance to finally whip punish a monster, the other one will just jump. So it's like having good teamwork is good, but having monsters having way too good of a teamwork is just cancerous. I cannot go there. If I go there, I'm dead. I'll show you. Boom! Look at that. Hexa Flush Dance. And it's gone. Ooh, angry. No shout, okay. Cool. I know. Yep, cool. Yeah, right. Right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm not even surprised anymore. I would not be able to roll that because of the AoE of the explodes. I would just die. That's a guaranteed death situation. I was blocking too, but the second hit kills me. The second hit hits the back, so that's why. That's all my things left. 10 mega potion, 8 potion, 1 max potion. No more death. Alright. I can only try. What can I do? That's an attack. Shit, I went to it. I had a feeling that the white dog's aiming for me. Oh, immediately get angry again. What the fuck? Uh-huh. I know you don't let me heal, I know. That's an attack. Once I can kill one, my chances of winning is pretty high. I still have a decent amount of heal, I think. Decent, not the best, but good enough. 7 potion, 8 mega potion. I've been trying to play it slow. I have not been overextending. I get some hits in, that's pretty much it. Because if I overextend, I'm pretty sure I'm just gonna die. So best not to do that. All the damage I've taken, I can safely say it's all from bullshits. Angry again, immediately. And the 10 frame hit. With the phantom range and everything. Camera, fucking hell, camera. Of course that hits, why am I not even surprised? It's gonna run. I don't think I want to do it. Wait until I'm very sure that I can do it. Not this. Oh, maybe. You got angry again immediately! That's bull fucking crap! I know you're close to death, but Jesus fucking Christ, that's not right! Are you dead? Are you finally fucking dead? You're not! I'm dead. Thanks. One dead, at least. Breathe, it's fine. Now he's doing all the bullshit. Let's not... Wait until it's not angry. For now. Because when they're angry, most of the moves that they do has no recovery. I don't even want to carve the disgusting thing. Waste of time. Back and forth. Recovery. Some. Back and forth. Is it a guaranteed seat? Looks like a guaranteed string. 2 swipes back and forth from White Dog. I fucking hate the camera sometimes. am I carving this? Wyvern oil, funny. A thing that a small monster can give. I'm not surprised. I'm pretty sure these dogs are like the epitome of troll and clown behavior. They give something a small monster can give. What more to say about it other than they're being trolls and shit? The rest of the game is good. I will not say one good thing about this dog because they don't deserve it. They don't even have one. So, there you go. Like, I would argue that they look good, but they don't. They really don't. At least when they look good and they body me, that's fair enough. But they don't. They look like so incredibly basic. It's just a wolf with a mohawk. Poison Swarm. What next? Another Poison Swarm? Let's go. My god, that was fast. Back to the Poison Swarm. I'm not even gonna engage, it's fine. As long as I don't die, I have time. Well, not really. It took me half an hour to kill that thing. Maybe I need to be more... Oh, okay. Back and forth? No. Poor NPC. Poison Swarm. Loading screen. And I'm dead. Back and forth, back to the Poison Swarm you go. The time scam is getting too real here and it's getting mad again. Guess I'm just getting checkmated. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm just getting checkmate here. I don't think I can kill this thing in time. It's doing all the time scam possible. I have no chance. I literally have no chance. I cannot do it. I'm pretty sure I couldn't win against this. Not enough time. 11 minutes left. Not enough time. I'm gonna get time scammed. One hit in, they're gonna get angry again. You see what I mean? The amount of time scam this thing is doing. I'm telling you, I'm not lying. These things are actual clown and trolls. That is designed to actually make Hunter go mad. And it's required. Oh, it's these things. Oh, it's been so long. Those things will cut everything. Cut everything in their path. They don't care. Sleeping? If only I have a trap, I don't. Couldn't bring traps as well, no space. Just have to kill it as soon as possible. Okay, good. I will curse, but I will stop cursing. GG. Let's hope that I don't need to fight something like this ever again. Tail plus plus, okay. 死不瞑目，看你都爽。Why is it sometimes explosion, sometimes like lightning? I assume all the double hits comes from fencing. Fencing gives double hits, probably. But good, we don't need to look at the dog anymore. I can look at all the hot dragons again. Raw meat. Here. Oh my god, there's so many burned meat. I think the burned meat actually reduces your stamina. May restore stamina or may reduce it. Oh yeah, it's a 50-50. Restore a small amount of stamina when eaten. Okay, that's not bad. So burn is like the worst one. What can I do with burned meat? Oh no. I'm not gonna do that. Right, let's see what other quests we have. I just cannot wait to get to G rank. Yamakurai, I think Yamakurai I'm gonna need Great Sword. If that's the giant floating moss monster, then yeah, I need that. I'm gonna deal a lot of damage to the tentacles. Not the best, but it's something. Yamakurai. I think it's a tower, if I remember correctly. It's a... Is it PS2 first appearance? This one doesn't look good, sadly. Oh, it's not. I think it must be something else. Then Yamakurai should be something else, then. It must not be the floating moss monster. Because I think the floating moss monster only appears in the highest tower. You know, where we fight Fatalis and also white, not white Espinas. Orange Espinas, if you remember that map. Oh wait, it is! Why are you in this map? I never see you in this map though. Oh no, you feel different. What are you doing? I see. I'm pretty sure that's death, right? There's no other way to say it. I'm alive. I haven't got a hit in, I don't know how. I actually don't know how to get hit. Oh! A bonk showed me! Okay. I know what to do. So those things helps us. These things. Oh, not when that happens. It's a lot more active than I remember this thing to be. I didn't get hit? That's a lie. Fur? Do you even have fur? That's a hit. Oh no, they actually went to places that we cannot hit, really? Uh-oh. Shit, I didn't see it. It's getting kinda hard to see. The rain is too OP. Please hit it. Are you serious? What are you doing? Oh, okay. Oh, almost died. Oh, the hell was that? Oh my god, you just stay in place, really? Poison lightning? Ooh. What? Don't see I can avoid that. Lamau? Nothing can stop that. Cool. Oh no. That's not the eye. I wonder if the lightning does damage to it. Not surprised. That recovers really fast. What exactly are you doing? It's a death sentence again. It's an actual death sentence. What do I do against that? Nothing. Die, I guess. Oh my god. This is another clown, I guess. I bet. Actual death sentence. Actual TOD. There's no way. Why does all the bad looking monsters so cheesy? Like I mentioned, even if I get bodied by another, like, if I get bodied like this, but if the monster looks good, I won't be as mad, honestly. I won't. But man, the things that has to be so strong has to be not a dragon, but a floating goddamn moss and 2 dogs. I was being hopeful about it too, and then you hit me with a undodgeable, unsuperman dive able death sentence. That's not right. Just that one move is enough, really. Not to mention you're already hard to hit as shit. And you have to rely to hit on these things, where they move in random patterns. Wow. Oh my god! Actual death sentence! It's bull! God, stop, stop. It's... getting worked up for this. It's not necessary. They don't look good. You gotta love a death sentence, I guess. I walk into it. You have to be full screen. You have to be full screen. You have to be full screen to avoid the death sentence. Full screen, huh? That means I cannot attack it ever. Easy. I cannot. Like, I really cannot with this. Alright, what kind of bullshit do you have again? You know, if you're not that bullshittery, I would think that this is kind of cool. But too bad. Yay! Death sentence! Yay! Damn, I actually dodged it. I guess that's after that move. Death sentence? Yeah, yeah. I love death sentence, and do it again, because why not? Oh, alright. We love death sentence. I guess today is where the game will drive me away, but I won't. I won't get driven away by these two monsters alone. They are bullshit, but I want to love this game. I know in G rank there's so many more cool monsters. Not these piece of shites. That's right. I'm angry. I cannot hold it back anymore. I've been holding composure. I want to fucking swear. I want to fucking swear these things. I'm done. Fucking hell. What am I holding composure for? Fuck me. The game's not perfect. I can be angry at some bad things, it's fine. No more mega potion, no more potion. One max potion? No more death. Yeah, no more death. Move. Yeah, you bet you do. that swiping move, I think I can go in and attack, get a few attacks in. Hey, look, it's a death sentence. I was thinking that maybe I can get in, but no, not worth it. Death sentence? Oh, it's a random throw. Random throw will go down for a little bit. Let me see if that's true. I can get one hit in. Doing it again? The depth perception is too bad, I cannot tell. Do it again. Actually doing it again. I did say it. Jesus, this thing is hard to hit as shit. That's a hit. Fair enough. I mean, look at the size of this thing. So I was thinking that I can punish that, but it's just not worth the hassle. It gets up too quickly. Yeah, it gets up too quickly. Don't even try to do it then. The risk reward is not there. The risk reward is just not there. It doesn't hit. I got so lucky. Oh, you finally do that! Wow, holy shit. I thought you were never gonna do it again. God fuck. Yeah, I deserve that. I didn't even check it. Thanks, Gabe. Two bad monsters is enough to make me go batshit fucking insane. Wow, it looks like today is just bad monster selection. Everything was cool until the dog and this floating ass. I'm not gonna give up, fuck you. I'm gonna get to G rank and you better fucking believe it. I will get to G rank. I will bitch about the game, but I will win against that piece of shit. Okay. Okay. I'm not fucking giving up. I will bitch about the monsters all I want. I have emotions. I can bitch about this game. But I will not give up. What is this? Okay. It's weird how they don't sell energy drink. Maybe they sell something that can combine into energy drink? I cannot combine when I have quest on. It's fine, let's try again. At least I dodged a few of the death sentence. I might be able to stop it, like dodge it consistently. Yeah, emotions are real. I can bitch about this monster. Just, there's no need to get explosive with it. That was immediate. Okay. Non-telegraphed. I see. This might be dead, I think. Oh, the death perception. Nice. Free. Any hit I can get is free. be too far. Why is that? Oh. It's a bad idea. Oh, cool beans! The tremor into the guaranteed hit. Oh. I was holding R2 for fun. I was like, I'm gonna get hit anyway, but it works. Yeah, no. One is enough. Oh, where did it come from? Uh-oh, too early. The timing is just right. Light toning! Bang. Oh, it didn't hit me. Cat? Oh wow, nice dodge. That far? Cool. I didn't know they were home before they explode. Nice change of trajectory. They are starting to cheese now. begins. Now it has all the bullshit, I think. Okay, that one is 4 swipes. The seeds on the ground, if you hit them, they will grow something, I think. That was fast. That was nice. Oh, random trajectory. Hey, Kikaka. And Kobo is trying to calm down from all the anger that she's experiencing. Too many cheese Kobo has experienced today. But I hope you're doing good. It's a death sentence, death sentence, death sentence. Jump. Okay. I have to really delay the jump. Nice. Okay. Uh-oh. Five stream strike? Nice, thank you. At least get one hit in. Okay. Uh-oh, I'm dead. Welcome to death sentence. And why not do it again? Oh, fair enough. I had to heal. I had to heal. Everything was going well until I get death sentence once, and it's enough to just make everything go down. I'll still try my damnedest. I fucking will get to G rank. No matter how angry or how sad I get, in the end I will get to G rank. I will experience this game. It's just a few bad apples. It doesn't make me want to get out of this game. Because this one is still like an old game. Well, not old, but it's 20... I think it's around 2015-ish? I might be wrong, but it's somewhere along the line. Like my biggest problem with the past 2 hunts with the dogs and also this one, I would be okay if I died of skill issue, right? I would know that I died of skill issue, but that move, it's not skill issue. That move is actually actual bullshit. Nice. This one. It doesn't help that the monster is already hard to hit as shit. Oh, I'm dead. Goodbye, world. Oh! 哎妈鸡白真是！比看得到我屌嗨哦，堵烂哦！ I will not find excuse for my poor behavior, but I will still be angry. I will still be a little bitch baby, but for good reason. I can hit him now. Ooh. That was way too close. Oh, that's what it is. I actually cannot tell. I was like, something's happening. Shit. No more max potion. Oh, you stop in mid-air trajectory. Close that. One hit. Why not do it again? You do realize when I'm trying to attack it and then if I'm not far enough, I'm dead, right? That's why I call that move bullshit. Actually, Superman dive that one. Cannot heal. Just throwing something. stupid. I thought it's doing the force swipe. Yeah, I thought it was doing this. Oh. Didn't even get a hit in. Come on, left. God fucking damn it, I did left. Ayoi. Sure. Oh, they're trolling, changing trajectory all the time. Sure. Trolling. Jesus fucking Christ, man. It's my only chance of attacking the boss. But they keep changing trajectory. Do it again. Not enough time. I can't even get close. This one is random. Six times, I think? Yeah, 6 times. Okay, tell me how did they even whiff? Why? Maybe one more. Don't even try the other ones. I have half an hour. About no 40 minutes. 鸡白啊，那你看得到哦，真的是，哎呀。I'm out of I'm out of mega potion. Oh, hi Solar. I'm suffering big time, but I'm not giving up. Oh, nice change of trajectory. Fine. I just want to look at cool looking dragons, not this piece of shit. Okay. This is death. Oh my god, please. I'm sure once I get through these bad apples, I'm gonna have fun with the game. I know for a fact I played this game before, but I don't remember fighting this bitch. Uh-oh, death sentence. Okay. Are you throwing things? Oh, you are, okay. And then fall down. One hit. No. Oh, the swipe. It's impossible to dodge this one. And it caused poison. Fun. The 6th step. It's kind of random, that one. Oh wait, that's the... Don't even do it. I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. Okay. Cheers, Die Hard Dwarf. I'll try my best. I'm trying so hard to hold composure right now. But yeah, still, I hope you are doing good. Fall down. Once. Oh. This is the problem with attacking with right analog stick, it's kinda hard. Sometimes it just doesn't register. Fall down once, too far, fuck. Okay, I'll take it. Oh. Goodbye, I'm dead. Why not do it again? Just kill me. Lamau. Why not do it again? Alright, last chance with a few potions. I still have mixed potions, so I can have full health. The reason I want to get killed just now is that I want to use my mixed potion. Just use the mixed potion here. So that I won't have a tough time on my third attempt. Alright, 5 potion and a dream. That hits. I'm dead. Oh. Damn, is the poison lasting forever? I want to wait for the red portion to heal, but any hit will kill me right now. Oh, fuck. Okay. I'm done. I'm never looking at this shit again. You and your beach ass. Moss carpet. How many cars? Not even that much of an attack, that much of a car. I think that was 6 times? Something this big, huh? Okay. What is this? Today is just endurance test, I guess. And test how much I can push myself to not to not go batshit insane. Okay. Ryan Lee, hi. Hope the Frontier G is okay. Frontier G is fine, but the past 2 quests has been bad. Really fucking bad. I'll take a small break. I'm gonna go take a small bathroom break and probably punch something before I burst myself. I cannot keep this inside for too long. Okay, I'll be right back real quick. Yeah, this is why I have a sandbag in my house. Good shit. That was nice. That was a nice break as well. Okay, now we can continue. Despite my poor, very poor behavior, I still hope everyone is doing good. Yeah. Let's hope the next one is not that bad. How's HR5 treating ya? Good. Only 2 quests that has got me batshit insane because of how cheesy they are. So this one, the 2 dogs. The 2 dogs is really bad. And the floating moss ass is also pretty bad. The rest is pretty okay. Right? The rest is pretty okay. Double fights are annoying, but it's not that double fights are annoying. I think the main thing that made me really angry is the amount of bullshit turret that these 2 dogs have is insane. Basically 10 frame jab that does like 10,000 damage. Constant moving and constant fighting at loading screens and poison swamps. I can talk about that the whole day, but I do not want to look at the dogs ever again. They suck and they do not belong in the game. Yamakurai is fine, I guess. Do you have a survivability decos? I have not set up decos yet. Set deco. Do I have deco slots? Oh, this one has the echo. Adrenaline? I don't know what these are. Oh, are these skunk too? I think these are. I haven't made Inagami armor. Not the full set though. Did you get your freebie armor from the entry lady? I think I did, question mark? I get a bunch of gold stuff. Something about those that could give you guts evasion 2 and status immunity. Status immunity? That's good enough, okay. Alright, let's continue doing all the quests. I think I already got the stuff from entry lady. It's not armor, but they give me a lot of materials to start with. That's how I got the weapons in... yeah, that's how I got the weapons. No, even item? Yep, already got it. Redeem all of it? Redeem what? You haven't redeemed all of these? Let me check something. Can I cheat? Oh, I cannot cheat. This one? I think, yeah, it's the same. Cannot cheat. Armor? Oh, I can cheat. Malsan Long Teostra Kirin. Why the fuck not? 65, I'll give it to you. Heck yeah. Yamatsukami? Yeah, I just want to look at hot dragons. Hopefully no more bullshit monsters. Yush! What? Oh, can I get wyvern oil? Oh, ooh, okay. Yush! Oh, this is nice. 255, take it. Yeah, take it, whatever. Oh, wow, really? Per tendon claw plus. I think claw plus I got from the guide lady. Yush! Oh, really? Hardcore from the HR2? Hardcore? Oh shit! All right, that's a good. That's already good enough. Unless, unless. I mean, the points are pretty easy to get. I didn't even exchange any of the tickets. I just been doing quests and I got all of these. Oh. Go shoe quest. Okay, no more armor spear. That's good enough. Alright. In the GCP tab, go to decorations and look for crab apple deco. I don't have any slots for decos anymore, but sure. GCP exchange, point exchange, decorations, crab apple. You know, you have all these like 鼠尾圆珠、牛角圆珠、虎爪圆珠、兔耳、龙眼、龙蛇鳞、马脚、羊毛、狼兔。哦，圆兔。Monkey ass. Monkey ass. Chicken wing. Let's go. 犬牙、竹纹、象鼻、厮杀。熊拳。犀角、狸腹、豹角、二口、虎尾、狼牙、金巢。I don't know how to read this. 鸭主人 this one. So many things. Holy shit. 16 of these. Hardcore proof. I can just buy hardcore proof. Moisturized. Okay. I should calm down. Man, so many years back. I don't remember I was struggling that much in this game. 325 F 325 F 325哈325 F 给等下640 650 660 670 325 F 325这么2跳到7去3 F 3没有呢352 F Nope, don't have 325 352 that one. Oh, buy one. Oh, I was about to buy 57 of them. G deco. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, I need 15 of those. I want to make 4 of them, but I don't have slots anymore. This one is also 20. Fuck! I'm getting worked up! Guess I'm not stable yet. Just take it all. Fuck it. Nah. Those take up 1 slot if you ever want to replace them. Look at the skills one gives you. I assume it's pretty strong, since you have been highly recommending it. G decos. Guts, status rest, evasion. So 10 evasion gives 1. 20 evasion gives 1, 2 evasion, 2 guts, 2 status resistance. Something like that. $20 15 4 60 不是酒。Yeah. Didn't I use all my decoration? Why do I get one more? Is it when the more I upgrade my armor, I have more decoration slot? Oh, I cannot take it out. Remove deco. One, two, three. Center box. 一个，两个，三个，四个。我这边也放一个。remove 这一个。这边两个，所以1、2、3个。I really don't like doing this. Fuck. Okay, there we go. I'm just gonna put this one in because why not? So upgrading armor gives more decoration slots, okay. But after so many upgrades, it gives one more. Okay. Guts are limited, so if your health is over 70 and stamina is over half, you won't get one shot. I mean, problem is I'm not getting one shot. But that's good to have. Alright, next one. I'm getting phantom ranged is more of the problem, but you know. Found another game that can make me feel so unstable. I thought Tekken is the only game that can make me feel unstable. Yeah, bad hitboxes, especially with the tackle that the dog has. The dog tackle is like 10 frame jab punish that's like 100... 10 frame punish that does 10,000 damage. And then it has a bit bad hitboxes. That shit. Nothing pissed me off more than shit that doesn't make sense. Fuck me, I need to calm down. Oh, you're a seeking monster. I remember you. I remember fighting you back then. And I was bullying you because your armor is pretty good, I remember. Happy you're still going. People usually quit at HR5. I'm at the verge of quitting, but I would not let those two bad apples maybe have a bad time. I know for a fact that this game has a lot of cool looking monsters at G rank. I will not stop. I will get to G rank. I will bitch about some monsters, but I'm not gonna stop. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. Lying is bad. I'll be honest with my feelings. I will I will be angry. I will respect my feelings. When things doesn't go my way, I'll be angry for a little bit. It's fine. I'm also human. That hurt. It's okay. You know what? Being angry is fine. It's part of the experience. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, I got lucky. I forgot that move exists. We get to the biggest Turks. I will certainly try my best. Oh, what? Damn, really? Are you gonna shout? Ooh, Enki? Alright, attack buff for you as well? Shit. I have guts, but I cannot really counter it, can I? Up to 4 times? No. Forever? I don't know. I forgot. Whatever, I'm killing you. I'm coming. At least you look cool. Getting volleyed by you, I wouldn't be mad at all. Hell yeah. Should have expected that. That's death. That's cool. That's warranted because this little guy right here is huge and slow. If I get hit, I deserve it. And the damage is warranted. You know what I mean? Unlike the fucking dogs. Okay? Unlike the fucking dogs. The 10-frame jet punish that just kills you, TOD. We love that. Well, fair enough. I love this guy. Oh. Oh, that tail is making music all the time, isn't it? Maybe I can break that? This is hunting for the monster! I dodged the wrong way. It's okay. It's alright. First encounter. It's alright. First encounter. It happens. Keep healing. It's okay. I gotta do it again. Okay, all good. Maybe you're gonna do it again. Hi, Brian. Just finished Kingsfield. Nice. I saw all your. I saw all the talk about Kingsfield and general game stuff there with Nexus as well. For post Dragon picks later. Nice. Thank you, Brian. That big drum thing on this tail is a huge barnacle. What's a barnacle? Music is good. Can I still kill Shiny Beam? Oh. I guess. Hi, fishes again. Oh, what happened? Oh. It's fine, it's fine. Just keep healing, just keep healing. Such a unique dragon, this one. Unique dragon. I can count this as a dragon, right? What happened? Okay then. Oh, did I say something wrong? Probably. Sorry. I mean, I'm still heated, but I'm trying my best to hold composure. So if I say something that offends you, I'm sorry. Oh. Oh, right, I forgot. It has hypnotism or something like that, right? Right, of course, metabolism. Okay, so that's natural healing. Oh god, there's natural healing for it as well. My ears, ow. Oh my god, look at that natural healing. My ears hurt. Kurofeko and Pobo Hen? Pobo Ben dancing monsters? Yeah. That hurts my ear. Oh, I have to hit somewhere. Oh, I see the gimmick. I have to hit this one. You see that it has like special effect? I think that must be it. Or else my ear will bleed. My ears are actually bleeding, help. Well, not actually bleeding, but you know what I mean. It's so loud. It's covering all the music. Oh, yay! I thought this was a one shot. Close enough. Wait, my ears are bleeding. Wait, I have good metabolism. I can wait for the red health to recover for a little bit. Hit some potion. Wait, I'm healing. Oh my god, the red health is so fast! Damn, almost killed me. That feels good. Is that super heal? It heals over my red health, okay. Actually heals over my red health. We love that. I need this to stop. It's hurting my ears. Lamau Bonk. Why are you like this? I should do this. It's a super heal. We love super heal. Oh my god, it's OP. I thought metabolism is just like the red health recovery, but no, it's even the heart health. Wait, I'm already out of... Oh shit! Sorry, Dylan. I see. Don't like that. I don't know what's going on. Oh, it's changing buff. Okay, okay. Hey, defense increase. I don't like that. I pressed the wrong thing, please. I didn't mean to. That's a lot of defense buff, holy shit. I really want that thing to stop, my ears are actually hurting. Oh, that's so good. Okay. Saved. I don't know why that is so loud. No more manly hunter noises for now. Sorry about that. Oh. It's funny how I put it at 1, I can still hear it very clearly. Uh-oh, am I gonna dance now? Wake me up! Okay, we're good. I dodged it. Lightning? Fuck! Okay. Okay. Okay, okay. Oh no. At least the music is cool. Oh no. Oh, actually, let me scratch that. The music is mega cool. Aren't you gonna do like a flop as well? It's been 5 hours? Wow. Oh, I thought I can just don't move. Sometimes don't move is also attack in this game. If you don't move, you get slightly more iframes. Sorry, I have to close the sound effect now. that sound is too loud. We can listen to ambience. Oh, ambience. Woohoo. I might be able to just dodge roll into it because of extend evade too. I assume evade is giving me more iframes when I dodge. Usually during projectiles, it should be good. Camera, I swear to God, this sucks sometimes. What are you doing? I see. This is changing buff, I remember. Did it stop? Please don't look at me like that. Please don't look at me like that. Okay, bad news out of Mega Potion. Nice. So cute. Something about this monster is so cute though. It just wants to play music. Oh shit, I'm gonna dance now. Oh. I told you, there's so many different CC this game has. It's not just like stun or like the basic ones, stun or some shit like that. In this game you have all sorts of different stuff. Fun looking ones too. Oh, Ryan Lee. I'm gonna wait for the ad break to finish. I'm gonna ask you a question if you know. Right. Another one? I should have sharpened first, dumb. One hurt, 3 potion, and a dream. Tremor. Bad idea going for tail. Another one. Ooh, that is not an attack, buddy. You're just plowing the ground. Okay, that's a knowledge check. That be a knowledge check. The sound is so soft. Nice, lucky. So 2 max potions, 3 potion, 1 hurt, and a dream. And 1 faint. I can drink one more max potion and leave it for the third attempt if I do die again. You're not joking about HR4 and HR5, the differences. The difference is night and day. At least there's a lot of cool looking monsters. Except for the dogs. Yo, that's kinda cool. Another hit? I broke something. Is it? Okay. Ui boy. Changing buffs? Not nice because I'm gonna die from one hit. Very scary. Yaki piki. Oh my god, damage. I can wait for the red health. I'm gonna heal everything. And the herb. Alright. Oh, tail. Looks like tail movement. Oh my god, I blocked it though. There was 2 hits. Oh no. I need help. I require assistance. Tolong, tolong. Oh god. Oh goodness me. Oh. I'm gonna sharpen again. My weapon power reduced, right? It doesn't look very obvious, but I think it is, yeah. Oh, I got so lucky. Oh, lightning, oh! Uh-oh. Don't dance! Don't dance! Okay. Don't dance! Now is not the time to celebrate! Yeah, very tanky monster. Oh, Ryan! Do you know fencing? The skill? Because I do have fencing and it looks like it does extra damage sometimes and sometimes it doesn't. Is it like a requirement for fencing to trigger? Oh, I need this metabolism. Yes, give it to me. Thanks for heal. I love you. Yeah, this is such a cute monster, though. Oh. Oh. Is it going away or is it... Oh, it's going away, okay. Kobo getting my beak? Okay. I'll get in your beak. And... There we go. I'm done. Bye-bye. Now the stream is now Jade's stream. Jade is not in the stream though. Okay. The fencing tool gives you a second hit with every hit. A second hit is times 2 the value of your first hit. Oh, 0.2, sorry. 0.2 times the value of your first hit. Fencing one is like how it's in the main game. Oh shit, I don't even know what main game fencing is. I had zero clue. Okay, we have metabolism. Let's quickly go. Oh. Who wants some... You want some Hadouken? That did that not hit? But I thought it was cool. Crap. I thought it was cool. Oh, Yaki Biki, that hurts. Oh, Yaki Biki, that hurts. The sequel. I'll destroy my controller. Anything for survival. I'm gonna rely on metabolism. I think the thing is, if I'm healing this quickly, this monster must be healing twice as fast. Which is bad. I'm surviving. Mama race no quitter. I'm not gonna quit. I'm gonna win and look at all the hot dragons. I mean, you're one as well, but still. Oh, blocking. I don't know what you're doing, but I'm a little bit scared. I'm a little bit scared. Woo! That was instant. Don't dance! Don't dance! Okay. I have to show my control for this. The speed. That's kinda cute. You notice that I'm not drinking any potion, right? Again? What? What was that? Hey. I can dodge this. I got this. It's aiming for Bonk. Sorry, Bonk. Okay, you're fine. Nope, Bonk is dead. Okay. Not today. Oh, you missed. Mama, race no quitter. We good. We're still in it. We're still in it. Did we heal my heart health? Don't panic. It's fine. I'm playing Sword and Shield. I have so much mobility. Come on. It's fine. Don't worry. Don't panic. There's no need to panic. Okay. Okay. What? No. I don't have enough health. I'm not greedy though. Well, I didn't get greedy though. Nice, you stop it from performing. Oh, so I need to aim for the head when it's performing. Okay. Mama raised no quitter. I still have 1 max potion and 1 well done steak. And a goddamn dream. And by that I mean 1 potion. Armor skin demon drug. Here we go. Fuck it, we ball. We ball. Now this shit is good. This is fair and balanced. And the monster is cute. Like, I feel like fighting against this thing, I have a fighting chance. Not against the dogs, I have no fighting chance. But let's stop talking about the dogs. I'm good. You've got this, I got this. And Kobo's gonna win. And Kobo is gonna win. Oh fuck, I've been shooting for 5.5 hours? Shit. Oh! Okay. Don't do it! Oh, okay. 1 potion and I'm out of metabolism, right? Because the fish didn't perform. Oh mama! I'm dead. That's so bad! Mama raised no quitter! I'm not gonna lose. I'll try my goddamn best. Come here, little shit. Play it safe, come on. I got this. Play it safe. Nice. We love the flinch. I feel it in my horns that you're almost dead. I'm dead. No, I'm stupid. No. Pixel and a dream. And a Hadouken. I still have a chance. Oh! Do roll it? You have evasion 2 now, Frontier 3 based on evasion. Well, it's all or nothing now. It is literally all or nothing now. I panicked, I dodged too quick! I tried, that was good. See, this is fun! This is goddamn fun, I love it! Body me, come on! This is great! Can you make your partner one of the weapons you have? Oh, didn't I change the weapon? Wait, sorry, give me a second. Over here, I changed the... Change equipment Rasta set. Wait, my partner doesn't look like this. What does this... Huh? I guess it doesn't work this way. Who this? That's you? That's not me, that's Rasta. Speak to your partner? Okay, then I need to make one more, I guess. Give me a second. Weapon, sword and shield. No, go, weapon, sword and shield. Light cut. Yes! Speak to your partner in my room, right? I'm a going. Who the fuck are you? 突然 you got a question. Kimi wa ame no michi de suki desu ka? Yeah, I like rain. じゃあ、私は雨のるで嫌い。嫌いが。Oh, you don't like it? Oh, you do. I fucking love rain. What do you mean? Yo, eyeball. Equipment setting. Give equipment. Do you want this? Yeah. There you go. Partner exclusive box? No, I only give you equipment. Also, get your partner the powder set. Last option, powder set. Last option, powder set. On loan? 파도나가 Kisama? No, that's not. No, that's Sama though. 粉尘的使用. Oh, we use powder. Oh, we use like live powder and shit, right? して回復サポのデク something. So now you can support. They will be able to give you hot, cool, drink effect, 3 life powders. You can give your cat extra item to hold in case you run out of items in quest. Did I not? Oh, my cat has 3. My cat has 3 garbage. Here, Patonia pouch. Oh yeah, I don't have any way to get energy drink because I don't see it sold anywhere. I need to check the combine list. Give me a second. Combine 2 items. No, combo list. Energy drink, select mushroom, antidote, herb blue mushroom, catalyst, dragon toast stew, red steak. Catalyst and red steak? Demon drug power extract. That's mega. Ice crystal, bitter bug, hot pepper, bitter bug, maybe? It could be hot pepper, bitter bug. Okay, let me try. Little guy, do you have... I know you have hot pepper, I think. Yeah, hot pepper. No, wait. No! Talk to me, talk to me! Talk to me. Thank you. Buy 2 bucks. Hot pepper. And a bitter bug. You should sell them. You don't sell them. How about you? They heard blue mushroom. I already bought a bunch of them. It's okay. Drink. Let go. Train. Nutrient shock trap. Special rare items. Do you have it? What am I finding again? Peter bug. You have got bug. Tools? Ammo? No. Books? No. Basics? No. Do you sell bugs? Pepper bug Psychomantis. Psychomantis? Psychomantis. Green onion slice. Popotang. There's no bitter bug. Let me check. Honey plus sunset herb for energy drinks. I think someone sold sunset herb here. Do you sell sunset herb? Wow, 老欸，你卖什么鬼哦？真的是，你在这边真是一个羞耻啊！我吐啊！连那个 sunset herb 都没有卖，亏你还叫 combo shop， 我吐了。buy two box. I know someone sell sunset herb somewhere. I know. I've seen it before. I've seen it. For real, I did. I don't remember where it is. Oh, yeah! Mine, okay. Antidote blue mushroom? Isn't this to make something? Sunset herb. Honey. Oh, nice. What does this give? Deodorant? I'm not stinky, fuck you. When does mocha pot can combine with everything? Yeah. What? Spin. Hi, Brecky. Oh, I'm back. Hi, Brecky. Thanks for the pets and boops. Appreciate. Then what's with power juice? Don't ask. Don't ask. Buy 2 box, basics, honey, boom. Thank you. Both combined. Give me all the energy drinks. Thank you very much. Okay. Let's update the set. Thank you, Ryan. Now I can store the meat. Oh, am I out of meat? Wait, partially loaded. Now we need to update this one. What's that? Oh, I'm out of steak. Okay, that's fair. So now we can change Mega Juice. Oh, sorry. Then we need item set, save item set, try hard. Yes. Hope you're doing good, Becky. It's 5:19. I think I might have to end soon. I guess I can do one more quest. Is it okay if I do one more quest? I don't know if... I think they're trying to... I think they're going to night market and they want me to follow along. Hardcore Bodrum? I'm gonna get one shot by a Bodrum? Humiliation, I cannot believe it. Various.mhf is Frontier's database where you can find all info like armor, items, etc. I guess if I want to use it, then I'll use it. Alright, how do I find hardcore? A one-shot kill? Even the quest is like a one-shot kill? Is this it? Is this HC? Oh wait, no, the quest should be... You can change the option by clicking on their quest. Where does it say how many players there are? Oh, I can change players. Yeah, I know that. I'll be bringing 3. My partner and my kobold and me. Is it like a special quest? HR ranking reward? Yearly benefit? Shit. Doesn't HCSC quest has the... Yeah, the flame icon. I was thinking about it. Exotic quest? Oh. Only one. All I'm thinking about is painting more, but I have to do other things. Honestly, I cannot wait to see you paint more. They look really good. You could try Narga. I tried Narga yesterday. Oh, something I'm familiar with, but I got debated. I tried it yesterday and I see Narga transform. Like the best Narga ever. Bring back this version of Narga, please. It's so hot. The best Narga. Like, goddamn, I got bodied by that like 3 times or 4 times, and it was like, hell yeah. Harder. Wait, no. Loosen got some move. But it doesn't transform. And once Narga does the transformation, it has like the shadow movement thing. And I think that's like very fucking cool. I was fighting this one, right? Yeah, a consortial creation. There it is. That makes sense. Well, I can do... I'm in love with the cup painting I did. I saw that. It's super good. You should be proud of it. I mean, I love it. Goo quest? Goo? Deliver 1 wyvern egg? Happy for egg? Janganlah, saya tak mau lah. Ini sangat susah sangat. Mau transport telur, saya tak mau. Transcend menu. Use after doing a certain amount of damage, large models doing transcendence, become an icon of icon transcend, change the hexaflash dance. 6 type fire, water, ice, lightning, dragon, raw. Additionally, inflict damage, it also applies special status effect. As well as activated dependent on an element accumulated during transcendence. Tied to the element attached to the weapon you have equipped. Activation requirement is met. Hexaflash dance emblem with the highest accumulation is activated. Damage is still true on weapon with no element, or has failed to trigger on the hit zone. That's what it is. That shows you how much I've been fighting Ruko Diora. But the thing is, there is SC, or there's HC. I have 1 HT quest, but it's just not the pig. It's something else here. Otipatorosu. Oti Patorasu. How about this? Quest search. Garuba Daora? Are you not Kushana Daora? Okay. Okay. Oh, that's Bofango. I got you baited. Huh. There's no HC in Boodrum. Weird. Maybe it's more than HR5. Maybe? I don't know. A one-shot kill? It's an you're in a world. I can try changing to a non-new player one, I guess. But I think I don't think I want. Oh, I don't think I can do another quest. Change world. Yeah, I'm here. Return player. Can I move from current square? Why? Yeah. That works. Why are you milking me? Why are you milking me? You're not dragon. Maybe no more world? Oh, I can try it afterwards. If it doesn't have the HC Botrom. Oh look, it's cold season. This one is different. Hehe. Quest search. Fucking bull. 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 Throm. Sorry. Throm. Okay, maybe it's normal world. I love the spin. Wow, species list. What fucking word is that? Oh my god, there's so many people though, I'm so scared. Dude. Oh! I get milk. Oh, speciesist. Oh, speciesist. I don't even know what. Yeah. Yeah. I give up. Hey, there's more people here. Look at that. Series quest. Siapa kamu? Beginner veteran. Palon Diva Defense veteran. Hehe. Oh no, it's all BYKK. Hey, there it is. Wait, everything is HC. Oh, I get to choose, right? Is it like I cannot do it now though. I have to go. And tomorrow I'll be doing art because it's Monday. But tonight well, in the meantime, when I'm not streaming this one, I'll try to like farm something. You know, get some cool looking armor. Cool looking armor. And hopefully I won't bitch about the game too much like today I did. For 3 hours I've been angry about the game. Hopefully next time it doesn't happen. Yeah. I have to go to the night market. I'm 40, stinky. Hello. I'm small though. Nope, I'm big again. Haha.
Yep.
I'm big. A stinky. Who wants to listen to 10 hours of Inagami music? Didn't ask. I want to listen to it. Oh my god. That one is still very loud.
Very loud. Mm. Inagami. Inagami. Yep. Good Kobo. Hi, Astro. Thank you.
Yep.
Kobo has been kind of bad today.
Yep.
Kobo has been kind of bad. Sorry. Yep. 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 Ooh, no ads, thank you. All the yips. All the yips. Yep. Yeah. Oh, what if I squeak now? Oh, I cannot squeak.
Yep.
What happened? I don't know. I cannot hear myself from that. Yep. You're always a good Kobo. Hey, I'll take it. Hey, oh, numbers is streaming. I never get a chance to write numbers. Yep. Yep. Playing Darkus House. Oh, Archipelago! It's the Archipelago thing. I'm getting the hang of squeaking now. Thank you, Salo, even though you're not here. I know, because Salo is streaming. Oh, Salo numbers. I can only rate numbers because I never really get a chance to rate numbers. Yep. All the yips. Yep.
Kobo is happy now. Kobo is happy now. All the yips that's going on. Kobo likes yips. Oh, numbers is going for Pontiff Sullivan. Oh no. Oh no. Yep. Okay lah. Let me summon Bernie and all and the likes. Hey Bernie.
I'm once again asking for your financial support.
Milk. Oh wait, that's Kavala milk. Hey Kavala, don't worry about it. It's just milk. It's fine. 啊，只是牛奶而已啊，不用紧啊，没有什么的，他们不知道。免惊，这是。I find Rich Garyu. Oh my god, Kavala OP. Holy shit. With Kuma. And Kavala OP. I stopped at 10 Ryu because I want to retain the dragon rank. So now I'm playing Kazuya and or Paul. But I haven't played Tekken in a while. I'm gonna wait until the patch 1.04, the patch drop. Then I'll play the game. But I feel like these days I've been playing Monster Hunter Frontier. There's so many good looking dragons. I'm gonna go to night market. I'm gonna go night market now. I wanna play more, I really do, but tomorrow I need to do there's like blebs I need to do and also like 3D models I need to do as well. There's actually so many things I need to do, but I didn't do it. I didn't do it. Oh yeah, also congrats on reaching Garyu, Kavala. A little bit slow on that. And also I have a Discord. I wasn't typing, I was typing in the chat. I cannot believe it. I have a Discord server where I post a bunch of dragon stuff. And also stream and stuff as well. For what fuck love? Tak ada vor. And look, Roxas, you're not dragon. Why would you be like talking about vor? Oh, unless you're talking about Vori, then that's a different story. I meant no disrespect towards a Vori. Yo. I'm gonna type in the. Stop typing in the wrong chat. I'm gonna type, yeah. Your favorite? Vor? Not really. Something else, I'm more into it. It's something, but it's not Vor. I know I'm a kobold, but I'm not really into it. Oh my god. A sport there, that's very scary. Okay, we're raiding. Oh my god, it's numbers. I saw a bunch of friends over there as well. Nexus is there and Archmuffin is there as well. Okay, there we go. I type in the rate. I'm gonna go get not dinner, but I'm gonna go to night market. I think yeah. Hi and bye. 我们去富丽华了哦，我们要去夜市买东西哦，婷姐。Hi and bye，yan 啦。我要去等你来咯，等你来我们就可以去啊。那你可以买飞机票接回来咯。Just buy the plane ticket immediately right now. Is it a permanent night market or seasonal? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. It could be seasonal because like I think a few months back there is like another night market and then it stopped for a little bit and now we have a new night market. Yeah, money just pop, we can buy ticket. Hey, yeah, you got the money ma. You come back, bring a John here also ma. Then we can go Bollywood and then we can buy thing also no. Keep a couple months. Oh shit, I was joking. Please don't stress yourself over it. I'm joking. Joking. Stress over it? Look, my sister is not you, Roxas. God damn it. You little shit. Your DD said, uh-huh. I didn't say that shit. Fuck you. Okay, I'm gonna raid. So, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. I'm sorry for my poor behavior as well. I'm not gonna change it though. It only happens when bullshit happens, but still. Alright. Also know that you guys are all loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Kobo loves y'all still. Alright. And here comes the rate to... Oh my god, it's numbers.
Yep.
Oh my god, it's numbers.
Yep.
Lies?
Yep.
What part? Where's the love for bunny? Non-existent.
Yep.
Oh my god, the prejudice against Bunai. Oh my god. Oh wait, raid Chinese. So raid. I know. I stream for more than 3 years. I know what I'm doing. Do I? I probably don't. I cannot copy the raid message. Tolong. Oh god.
Yark.
Professionalism.
Yep.
see this mod abuse and some. What do you mean mod abuse? This is a rain message. Of course, you guys can use whatever emote you guys want. It's totally fine. And I'll do art tomorrow. I'll continue doing the blab stuff. Should I do the blab?
Yep.
I finished the blab, right?
Yep.
Well, I finished the sketch of blab, and I think I need to do merp stuff. I'll think about it tomorrow. It be 3D or 2D, right? So take care, everyone. Smooches. Mwah. Bye, bye. See you guys tomorrow. Take care.
Yep.
Take care. Take care. Take care. Take care. Take care. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye.